Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, how do you do? Today is the INEFFA pre-release day. Are you excited? I'm doing good, just got an electro goblet. Couldn't you have gotten your electro goblet before I spent hours resetting on your account instead of after? Perhaps? Am I asking too much? I feel I'm being reasonable here. You know? It's for content, true. Kooky sweat mask. It is for content. Kooky sweat mask. Hi, chat. Wait, chat, I think someone gifted me another Welkin. I had 30 days left. Oh, was that plus 300 Genesis crystals we got a while ago? A Welkin, not a... I see. It must have been. Alright, what is this? Yeah. Oh, wait, it's actually a combat event. Wait. Can you do this in co-op? It's force co-op? No, but like, can you do it with like without matchmaking? Like with like actual
You
co-op?
have a special place in my
You were the 5 gifted, Niken. Like if I start this with people in my world. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I think so. Alright, any Elpers want to join? Wait, actually, maybe I can do Dire if I'm in co-op. Wait. Do you see the new leakers? Are there new leakers? I did not see them now. You can't? Oh. Plunge attacks have an advantage, bows have an advantage, crowd control has an advantage. Okay, whatever, who cares? Are you gonna log in or what? Sorry. Yeah, sure. Sure. 6.0 characters and artifacts? Wait, really? I'm gonna break shields 4 times. Okay. Oh my god, shut up. I'm actually, like... I'm actually, like, doing damage. That's crazy. Like, I'm not even being useless. Holy fuck. Insane. While inside safe zones. Okay. Bro. Stage quest completed. Oh. Oh, we still need to try to kill as many as possible. And that's 2,000. Very cool. All right, we're pogging. Huh? Okay. 156. Not bad. Oh, that's a little tragic, huh? I used burst more than 5 times. Ooh. 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 Insane. I see. That's kind of nice, though. I don't think we can... Yeah, we can't do dire even in co-op. Cooked. Thank you for the gifted, Kevin underscore F underscore 43. Create healing effect. No more than 10 hits taken from opponents. I'll still go Moika, but you guys need to... No. Go Hydro or Electro, Brukin. So that we can get the stage rewards. So we don't have to do it another time after. Sure, man. Like, whatever. If that's what you want to do, then it is what it is. I guess. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna try to not get hit. Cause not getting hit is a it's one of the stage objectives. Did it just dodge? I got hit like an idiot. Oopsie. Hey Chad, this is bad. We're not gonna do this in time. Cause we're playing a fucking 3-unit team. This is Barbara. We lost some fucking points. Are we not even gonna clear? Okay. Wow, that was bad. We almost, like, failed. That's shameful. Oh my god. It's your fault, chat. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what the requirement is. So it's just kill shit. Okay, dude. Dude, I heckin' love Dendrosama Churls. We did not get 2,000 points. No, we did get 2,000 points. Alright. first. Oh, I got an achievement. All I'm saying is, I did get the less than 10 hits taken, alright? And I'm the only one who did. That's all I'm saying, you know? That's all I'm saying.
탐험과 도전이라.
Anyways. It's not enough for the 300 limit for today, but they're gonna increase the limit soon anyways, so I'm not gonna bother doing that. Okay, more than 5 bursts Unleasher? Shut up. Should we take a look at the new leakers? Six Geo female character. Crystallize. Is this a 5-star or a 4-star? Do we know? Also, quite sexy. Oh boy. Absorbs different elemental crystallized shards similar to Tosca's makes damage mechanic. That could be really interesting. I wonder if it's actually gonna be focused on the crystallize and you're gonna want to build the M or not. We'll see. 6.1 Pyro female character. Which one is that? Is that the fucking supposed Pyro Escoffier? Half for universal support and centered on amplification for lunar reactions, similar to Shilonen. Free teammate for Durin and main DPS Columbina. The 6.2 character. Durin, main DPS, half main strength character of 6.x. What the fuck does that mean? Half main strength characters. This is the worst leak I've ever seen. Yeah, okay, never mind. You guys said there was new leaks. There's no new leaks. There's just more new yap. Anyways. Where shall we spend our resin today? We don't have the double drop event anymore. So I guess we can focus on Yonsun Ascension mats. Oh. Where the heck are my bursts? Eh, whatever. Are you a believer today? We're gonna get 3. We're also gonna get a good 5-star artifact today. Okay, we did not get 3 or a good 5-star artifact. That is not a good start. Here we go. That's a decent artifact with 3. We take those. We also got a fragment for Pyro.
화염으로 뒤덮여라.
Specially shaped Saurian. Okay. That's enough for getting our next Yonzon Ascension. Do we keep going past this? Profitable amount 17? Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess we might as well, right? Because that's the next thing we're doing anyways. Actually, no. Before we do that, let's just check what this is today. Contention. Okay, let's do this instead. Any helpers want to join? It's gotta be new helpers, though. I've been trying to get that achievement for 2 months. Well, it doesn't seem like you were trying very hard.
곤충은 대개 빛을 따라 움직이는 본능이 있어. 인간도 마찬가지야. 다만 우리는 그 빛을
All right. Well, that's not Brooklyn, so sure. I mean, you gotta respect the hustle, you know? Wait, have I done all the weeklies I want to do? Wait, what? Oh, someone else can join. I didn't realize. What did I want to check? I wanted to check something, chat. I forgot what it was. Bro, did Yugway not join or what? No, max players already reached. Damn it. We're bugged. Someone is like half joined. Okay, you guys can request again. Right, I wanted to check weeklies. Are we bugged again?
달려볼까?
I think we are. Oh, I haven't done my weeklies at all. But I guess oh right, because we are Monday, that makes sense. I guess I don't want to do weeklies today. I want to do them like tomorrow when it's not a contention day. Okay, which one of you guys is like half joining and then like alt F4ing so that it's getting us bugged? Because it says max players reached. So someone is like is stuck. Whatever. We don't need 4 people. I give up. Why are you going Malwika? It's the one character I have. Maj.
정화의 불꽃. 하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다.
What con is Yuri on? She is C11, I believe. Why did Boy Kisser request to join?
태양의 포효를 들어라.
They dodged. Hey, we got a purple. Very nice. All right.
탐험과 도전이라. 모험가의 삶은 정말 내 취향이야. 요즘 쉬지 않.
Co-op is, yeah, my co-op was getting haunted. Like, what the fuck? Sure. Sure. Sure.
주전자 속.
Occasion business. What's this? Oh. Oh! We got the stone lion statues. Nice. Ah. Are you ready for the next Abyss reset? What is the next Abyss again?
곤충은 대개 빛을 따라 움직이는 본능이 있어. 인간도 마찬가지야.
Right.
다만 우리는 그 빛을 희망이라고 부르지.
Right. Right. Wait, are we still... We're still in co-op mode. How? Yeah, it's all Brooklyn's fault. Agreed. Okay. We're fixed. Fixed! What am I doing? Ugh.
날 막을 수 있겠어? 별과 심연을 오늘의 별과 심연.
Alright. We're getting close to AR-54, which means we're getting close to AR-55. I might hold off on farming world bosses until I get 55, or maybe not. I don't know, man. Although for now, I know I can do this. So let's just do one of these first. And then let's go for this. Let me grab Kachina. Bro is gonna reach AR60 before me. Bro.
교대해. 달려볼까? 이 코치에게 맡겨. 비켜. 교대해. 날 막을 수 있겠어? 이 코치에게 맡겨.
Okay. That's enough, right? Yup. Yup. +1 Yao Yao? Holy shit. Is that Yao Yao? No, okay. Check the minus 15k. We'll take a look. No. Ah, it's fine. Yeah. We don't need co-op. Let's just send a normal one here. Duty.
앞장서. 서프라이즈. 헬스 조절.
감기 조심. 이건 어때?
화염으로 뒤덮여라. 잔재줄 뿐이야. 이쪽. 빠르고 강하게 움직여볼.
얼어붙어라.
하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다.
Alright. Last one of the day. Let's see if we get another purple. That would be nice. Did the C2 Maika melt for 140k? No. It did not melt. Because these enemies have innate pyro. And also, they have really high power resistance. Is Maika C2? Yeah. Let me go spend resin on main, then we can yap a little about INEFFA. Oh, by the way, chat, did you guys see what happened to Nick yesterday? At least it's not a downgrade. This is literally like as bad as it can be, by the way. Because this was the guaranteed 3 crit rolls. And the non-guaranteed rolls both went into EM, and the crit rolls were low. Deserved. Alright, sorry chat. Where do I spend my resin on this account? I guess it is Monday. We could do this.
이 조합이면 무적이지.
Disgusting. Alright. Rest actually might not be fine. Yeah.
짜잔! 내 이름으로 노래하렴. 냉동해야겠어. 긴 기러기의 날갯짓.
와라.
어머나! 견과 스킨을 함께 움직여야겠는걸? 날 찬송하렴. 온 세상이 뭐야? 아뮤즈 부시. 날아라 상어! 짜잔! 휴! 반짝이는 순간!
Bro. Did she just fucking dodge my E? Oh my god.
탭은 기억하고 있겠죠? 자! 헷! 아이!
Fucking backstep so my E didn't hit. That's so annoying.
나쁘지 않네. 누군가는 반드시
That was clearly not in range to hit me, but okay. Whatever, man.
천천히 그만한 게 없죠. 등장. 맙소사 또 대사를 잊었군요.
어디까지 해둬라.
현
Whatever, man. Ew. 2. Ew. Garbage. Trash. Dog shit. Ew. Ew. It's okay. Now we can play Barissa. Whatever.
널 체포하겠다. 카운트. 화염으로 뒤덮여라. 화낸다.
What?
걱정을 내려놓거라.
What? How did that hit me? What? What? How did that hit me? Today is not my day, man. What the fuck? And I got one shot by it too. Fuck, man. Yeah, we are not in good form today, are we? My god.
최대 출력. 순순히 항복해라. 백세 조절. 태양의 포효를 들어라. 저스티스. 히어로 등장. 무기를 버려. 타올라라. 동작은 정확하게. 하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다. 박치기. 돌격. 대화사 딸고기. 으아! 대화사 딸고기. 나는 여전히 소망한다.
3. This ain't it, man. This ain't it. This ain't it at all. My oh my. Every time you die, you get ass drops. Then let's not die for this one. Yeah.
두려운가? 아니,
이건 필요한
두려워할
무력이다.
용기조차 없는 건가?
내 고량의 태양의 포효를 들어라.
저항할
히어로
생각인가?
등장.
꽤 멸망이 도래한다. 모든 선의를 불태울 칼날.
바람으로 뒤덮여라. 날 막을
일물은 그저 모든 것의 시작이.
Alright, so we didn't die. That means we'll get good drops here, right? Holy! Oh. I mean, we got a solvent, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Hmm. Alright.
널 체포하겠다.
What do you guys think are the odds that we get something worthwhile today?
시간을 지켜야 해.
0? Yeah, that's a good approximation. You guys are pretty smart, huh? Not bad.
순순히 항복해라. 최우통. 움직여봐. 바람으로 뒤덮여라. 달려볼까? 휴, 등장. 놓치면 안 돼.
Why hasn't he chosen skip reward cutscene? When am I gonna take a sip of my coffee without the reward cutscene, huh? Riddle me this, chatter.
널 체포하겠다. 무기 페이스 조절. 내 태양이 나를 따른다. 하늘의 불꽃. 돌격. 시간을 지켜야 해.
September 24 is looking to be an eventful stream with all the things being predicted. That is true.
이런 무력다.
The September 24th stream is gonna be a banger. Alright. Last redeem of the day. And it is bad. Bad is what it is. Didn't even get a Long Night South artifact today. Oh well. Oh well.
시간을 지켜야 해. 별과 심연을 향. 오늘의 의뢰를. 별과 심.
I'll do this at some point. Big. Yup. Where should we epitomize our path? I will epitomize towards Luminous Elegy. Okay. Alright.
엄마 아빠가 그랬어.
Alright.
배고플 땐 즐겁게 배불리 먹어야 한다고.
Do the event? No, it's fine. We'll do it some eventually, but not now. Actually,
짜고 시켜 먹는 걸
never mind. I am down to do the event. Wait, this event has to be co-opted, right? Yeah. not then. If it was doable without co-op, then maybe I would have done it, but nah.
양껏 먹을 수 있거든.
Nah. Alright. Actually, wait. Do I want to go for the pre-release right now? If I do, I'll stay on main. I feel like I'm not fully woken up yet, though. Oh, not again. Oh, man.
길을 모르겠으면 현지 가이드를 데리고 가는 게 좋을 거야. 아게모가 또 어디 갔지?
Yep.
길을 모르겠으면 현지 가이드를 데리고 가는 게 좋을 거야.
길을 안 잃는 것도 재능이려나?
If I look up INEFFA on YouTube, what do people have to say about her?
길을 모르겠으면 현지 가이드를 데리고 가는 게 좋을 거야.
서쪽에서 만나기만 해봐.
아게모가 또 어디 갔지?
목소리가 너무 크면 재료 혼합 결과에 악영향을 줄 수 있어.
과일을 기를 때는 많은 걸 신경 써야 해. 제때 물을 주고 잡초를 뽑고 미네랄 가루를
길을
뿌려서
안 잃는
토양의
것도
영양분도
재능이려나?
채워주고 적정 온도를
Let me check this.
세상에 이런 것도 있구나.
동쪽으로 갈 거니까 따라오지 마. 서쪽에서 만나기만 해봐.
아게모가 어디 길을 모르겠으면 현지 가이드를 데리고 가는 게 좋을 거야.
제가 동중.
길을 안 잃는 것도 재능이려나? 목소리가 너무 크면 재료 혼합 결과에 악영향을 줄 수 있어.
난 이따가 동쪽으로 갈 거니까 서쪽에서 만나기만 해봐.
Okay.
아게모가 또 길을 모르겠으면 현지 가이드를 데리고 가는 게 좋을 거야.
I think
길을 안 잃는 것도 재능이려나?
we can just fucking go for it right now.
재료 혼합 결과에 악영향을 줄 수 있어.
Hmm. Wait, I don't know if I put a stream marker down. Okay. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi! To the pre-release analysis on the newest electrocharged focused gimmick support INEFFA! Woo! So, we're getting our first look into what the Nod Cry characters are gonna be like with INEFFA. And yeah, she's an electro polearm character. And she's got a pretty interesting kit, actually. So we've got quite a few things to cover in this one. So without further ado, let's take a look at what she's got. So, base HP 12,613, base attack 330, base defense 828. Defensive stats are pretty average. Base defense is a bit on the higher side, base HP is a bit on the lower side. Overall, it's kind of average. Crit rate ascension, relatively high base attack. Not much to say for the base stats, other than the fact that, as with other crit rate ascension characters, certain build options are potentially going to run into issues with crit rate overcap. So we'll have to keep that in the back of our mind, but other than that, let's take a look at the kit. So, before we look at any of the abilities themselves, we need to look at one of the Ascension passes. So, Moon Sign Benediction Assemblage Hub. When a party member triggers an electrocharged reaction, it will be converted to the lunar charged reaction. Not lunar electrocharged. Stop saying that. It's lunar charged. With every 100 attack that INEFFA has, increasing lunar charge's base damage by 0.7%, up to a maximum of 14%. Reaching that amount of attack, since she is an attack scaler, is pretty trivial. So it's basically just lunar charge damage increased by 14%. Before we look at anything that INEFFA does, we need to talk about lunar charge. What is lunar charge? Is it good? What do we think about it? So, lunar charged has retains certain properties from electrocharged, namely, it allows for Hydro and Electro to coexist on an enemy at the same time. But it's got a few different properties as well. So, the main differences are, one, it hits much slower than Electrocharge does. And two, instead of having the transformative reaction EM scaling, it has a unique EM scaling, but it can crit. And so it's a lot more similar to Aggravate in terms of what dictates its damage than to Electrocharge. How exactly does the formula work for lunar charge damage? It takes into account your EM and your crit. It does not take into account your damage percent, though, unlike Aggravate. You can think of it as just a lunar charge, or as an electrocharge that can crit. But it has an other major difference when you compare it to electrocharge, which is that instead of only having one character being the trigger for the reaction, every character that participated in applying the respective elements of Hydro and Electro ends up contributing to the lunar charge damage. The formula for it sounds a little complicated. Because there's a lot of steps to it. But it's really not that complex. It's just a lot of steps. Basically, here's how it works, okay? Let's say you have INEFFA and a Hydro character and another Electro character, right? So let's say you have INEFFA, Fischl, and Farina. Right, pretty straightforward. In order to figure out how much damage your lunar charge does, you take a look at what the base lunar charge damage would be for each of the characters. So, let me open. Okay. The base damage is 2604. EM multiplier, or EM multiplier. Crit multiplier. And then lunar charge damage. So, actually, before we take a look at 3 characters contributing to it, let's take a look at what happens when it's 2 characters, right? So you have INEFFA and a Hydro character. You got, let's say, INEFFA and Farina. Let's say INEFFA ends up with 200 EM and Farina ends up with like 80. EM multiplier from the formula is going to be 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. Here, though, it gets a little bit more complicated because you can't do average damage in the same way for crit. So for now, let's just assume that both of them are critting at like 150% crit damage, which would make your crit multiplier 2.5. This is what their respective lunar charge damage would be. The actual damage that is going to be dealt to the enemy is going to be the highest one here. So in this case, it would be the 10,000 from INEFFA. Plus half of the second highest. So instead of being 10k plus 8k, it'll be 10k plus half of 8k. And your lunar charge damage is going to be doing 14,000. Now, the reason why you can't do crit multiplier the same way you usually do is because let's actually, instead of having crit multiplier, let's have crit rate, crit damage. Right? If your crit rate is 80%, crit damage 160, right? Which is more or less what you'd expect on like a crit weapon with a good build, whatever. Let's say she's got 70, 140. Right, the default formula for your crit multiplier would be this. And that would make your average lunar charge damage 12,000. But here's the thing. If INEFFA doesn't crit, but Farina crits, instead of being the INEFFA damage plus half of the Farina damage, it is now going to be the Farina damage plus half of the INEFFA damage. Because if Farina crit and INEFFA doesn't, Farina is the higher of the two numbers now. And so the actual results are going to be, well, you have 4 possibilities. Either they both crit, only INEFFA crits, only Farina crits, or neither of them crits. So What are the odds that they both crit? What are the odds that only INEFFA crits? What are the odds that only Farina crits? And what are the odds that none of them crit? Right? So, if they both crit, then your crit multiplier, or your lunar charge damage, is actually lunar charge damage, and then LC damage crit. Right, this is what we had previously, 12k average. Here, lunar charge damage without a crit. And then lunar charge damage if it does crit, times 1 plus crit damage. So, both critting is going to be this plus this divided by 2. Only INEFFA critting is this plus the non-crit Farina divided by 2. Only Farina critting is now Farina's big one, plus INEFFA's non-crit divided by 2. And if neither of them crit, it's this plus this divided by 2. Which makes your average damage, instead of something went wrong. Which makes it so that your average damage, instead of 12.3k, is going to be 12.6k. Now, the difference here is nothing, alright? It is not a very big difference, which is why, for the sake of simplifying things, I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I'll probably just keep assuming default crit stuff. But I do think it's important to know that this is, that it does work slightly differently because of this property. Anyways, if you add a third character, you basically add no damage whatsoever, because with a third character, instead of being half for the third highest, it's going to be divided by 12. So just keep that in mind, alright? The only stats that really matter, generally, for lunar charge damage, are the stats of the main two contributors. The two contributors with the highest stats. In any case, though, this sort of damage is not particularly high. And lunar charge damage happens once every 2 seconds. Which means that the DPS you get from lunar charge, unfortunately, is honestly really low. If you were to build a character full lunar charge damage, right? You would go EM, crit. Right? 187 times 2. You probably wouldn't do it on INEFFA herself for reasons we'll get into it in a little bit. But for now, we can just assume, sure, polearm character plus 100 EM. Maybe you get 230 EM from Gilded, if that's what you want to go. Maybe 120 from Ballad of the Fjords, right? That can make the average lunar charge damage contribution upwards of like 16k. It makes your average lunar charge damage somewhere around 20k every 2 seconds, which is 10k DPS. 10k DPS when you look at current strong meta teams, is like 10% of the team DPS. And if your character is built fully for lunar charge damage, they should be doing more than 10% of your team DPS. And so the point I want you to take away from this whole thing is lunar charge is bad. Lunar charge as a reaction is not good. Although technically I forgot to add the 14% here. Oopsie. Times 1.14. Times 1.14. Times 1.14. Times 1.14. Times 1.14. Times 1.14. But it's still pretty ass. By the way, for comparison, the base damage for Electrocharge is 2894. If a character is built with the same amount of EM, their Electrocharge does somewhere between 15 and 20k. But Electrocharge ticks more than twice as fast as Lunar Charge does. In other words, while Lunar Charge does have the upside of making it so that your order of application doesn't matter as much because it always looks at the highest number rather than the last person to have applied their element, and it does make the damage a bit more reliable, in terms of ceiling, Lunar Charge is worse than Electrocharge. Does that make INEFFA bad? No. The main use of the Lunar Charge reaction in INEFFA's case is not, well, the Lunar Charge reaction itself. It is to enable the rest of her kit. But before we go any further into that, let's take a look at the skill in the burst. So, elemental skill, cleaning mode, carrier frequency. INEFFA engages her enhanced cleaning module, dealing a single instance of AoE electro damage to nearby opponents, activating her optical flow shield barrier, and summoning the multi-purpose smart assistance unit, Brigitte. The optical flow shield barrier absorbs damage based on her attack, and it's an electro shield, so it absorbs electro damage more efficiently. Numbers on this, right? Initial skill damage is around 150 motion value. The shield is 400% of her attack plus 3000 more or less. We can compare that to another attack scaling shielder, right? And you can, if you compare it to Lanyan at talent level 12, because he's a 4-star, the flat amount is pretty similar. The scaling is worse. So INEFFA's shield won't be quite as tanky as Lanyan's shield, but Lanyan's shield is really fucking tanky. So for most purposes, INEFFA's shield will be strong enough to keep you alive. The shield lasts for 20 seconds, which is a lot longer than Lanyan's shield, right? So no real problems with uptime. Cooldown is 16 seconds. And Brigitte, right, your off-field turret, is also 20-second duration. And the discharge damage, also around 150, a little bit higher here. This is once every 2 seconds. If we want to compare this to another character, we can look at Fischl, for example. Fischl at talent level 12, Oz damage is around 180 every second. INEFFA does have slightly higher base stats, but it's a similar number every 2 seconds instead of every second. So, not all that good. Elemental Burst! Supreme Instruction Cyclonic Exterminator. The multi-purpose smart assistance unit Brigitte can use rocket punches to quickly clean up opponents. INEFFA shoots Brigitte into the fray, dealing AoE electro damage and allowing Brigitte to remain on the field. If Brigitte is already on the field, having been summoned by INEFFA, this skill will resummon Brigitte at the target location and reset her duration. And so the official comparison also, right, stays very relevant here. Her burst effectively does the same thing as official burst, right? It's something that does a little bit of damage, but where the main purpose of it is to refresh your skill duration. That being said, the damage on the burst is quite a bit higher than official burst. This is similar to the scaling on Escoffier's burst, which is to say, it doesn't feel bad to use, but it's also not all that like necessary to use. And the main purpose for it is not the damage that it does, but rather refreshing the skill and enabling this Ascension 4 passive. Panoramic Permutation Protocol. When using Elemental Burst, Supreme Instruction Cyclonic Exterminator, all your party members will gain the Parameter Permutation effect, which increases INEFFA and your active character's Elemental Mastery by 6% of her attack. In other words, after you burst, for 20 seconds, you buff INEFFA's own EM and your on-fielder's EM. You might be thinking, oh, okay, that means I can get a decent amount of EM on my Hydro Carry when I'm playing an Electrocharge team, in order to make this Lunar Charge damage a little bit stronger. And you're not wrong, but honestly, that is not the main use of this. The main reason why this is good is because INEFFA actually scales pretty well with EM for something we'll get into in a second. And INEFFA can be used in teams that do not maintain good Lunar Charge uptime. Again, for something we'll take a look at in a second. And many of those teams actually benefit pretty heavily from that Elemental Mastery. And so, here is where INEFFA shines. This is the only reason why INEFFA is not a completely garbage character. Her Ascension 1 passive, Overclocking Circuit. If there are thunderclouds created by Lunar Charge reactions nearby when Brigitte unleashes her discharge attacks, so for reference, when you trigger Lunar Charge, it creates a thundercloud. And that thundercloud is like is what does the Lunar Charge damage for Lunar Charge reaction. The thundercloud stays there even if the enemy isn't affected by Hydro or Electro anymore. But it won't deal damage to enemies that aren't affected by those elements, right? I'm not entirely sure what the thundercloud duration is. But as long as you trigger Lunar Charged at a frequency that isn't too slow, you'll be able to maintain pretty good uptime on it. In any case, right, when that thundercloud is on the field and your skill hits, she will initiate an additional attack, dealing AoE electro damage equal to 65% of INEFFA's attack. That sounds bad, right? Just 65% more? You're already doing 163 here at level 9. 65 more, that's nothing, right? This damage is considered Lunar Charge damage. Oh boy! Okay. This is like the biggest scam that I have ever seen, okay? Lunar Charge Talon damage is broken, okay? Lunar Charge damage, because it's a transformative reaction, ignores enemy defense. Cards. For context, enemy defense generally divides your damage by 2, right? If you're the same level as the enemy you're attacking, it divides your outgoing damage by 2. Usually you're a little bit lower level, so it actually divides it by a little bit more than 2. If you're level 90, instant an onslaught against level 105 enemies. Your outgoing damage is multiplied by 48%. So it's divided by a little bit more than 2. What that means is that damage that ignores defense is effectively doing 2 times more. So this 65 is actually the equivalent of 130. But that's not actually true. Because for some reason, they decided, you know what? How about this? When you deal lunar charge damage from talents, we're not going to tell you when this character is passive, but it will deal 3 times more damage. The formula for direct lunar charge damage here actual damage dealt is 300% of the original damage. It's multiplied by 3, kind of in the same way that melt damage is multiplied by 2, or by 1.5, right? They just decided, yeah, it's actually just times 3. So this is not just times 2, this is times 2 and then times 3. Right? It's not just 130, it's 390, basically. On top of all of that, it also gets increased by this. And also, well, it's lunar charge damage, which means it gets increased by your elemental mastery in the same way that other sources of lunar charge damage do. Just to quantify this, okay? If it was just talent damage, this is... I guess you would use deathmatch instead, right? If it was just talent damage. Sure. What set would you give her if it wasn't lunar charge damage? She wouldn't have a good set, would she? Would be kind of cooked, huh? Golden Troop? No, because it's still Ascension passive, not skill. I guess you just give her TOM anyways. For now. Good value. Sure. Then Ballad of the Fjords. We lose the deathmatch thing. When you take everything into account, the fact that this says this damage is considered lunar charge damage instead of not saying that basically makes it deal 9 times more damage. It's a big fucking deal. Alright. This passive is the large majority of INEFFA's kit. This is what makes or breaks INEFFA. Now, this passive got nerfed in beta. In V1, it was 80% of her attack instead of 65. It got nerfed, and it's a pretty big nerf to go to 65 from 80. But it's still not bad. This is without looking at too many external buffs. When you add in actual external buffs in your team, right? You can expect your INEFFA to be hitting upwards of like 60 to 70k on battle pass weapons. Obviously more than that with Sig on that passive every 2 seconds. That number's big, obviously, but this is assuming you give her quite a bit of buffs. INEFFA overall is a character that, without looking at the actual value of the numbers themselves, in teams functions in a very similar way to Emily, where she's quote-unquote reliant on a reaction, but in reality, it's not the reaction itself, it's just that her damage is reliant on you triggering that reaction. However, she's stronger than Emily. As of the latest version of beta, it also seems like her stat snapshot for this Ascension passive, which means that you can Bennett buff it. Will that stay the case on live? Honestly, I think it's very possible they remove it. So take that one with a grain of salt. But at least as of the latest information we have, it does snapshot. It snapshots whenever you use either skill or burst. In terms of just values, in terms of just like damage values, on release, you can expect to see INEFFA DPS hovering anywhere between in the medium 10k, 10 to 20k range in teams that are not too focused on her personal damage. AKA teams where you don't have shredders for Electro, and you don't really have a lot of buffs for the INEFFA. And you can also expect it to go upwards of like 40k-ish in teams where your buffers do increase INEFFA's damage. That being said, that's not her ceiling. We'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to the artifacts that you can use on her. But I do want to give a quick mention right now. She doesn't have a good artifact set right now. And 6.0 is pretty much guaranteed to give us a new artifact set, right? We've gotten a new domain on each major version since 1.0. And I think it's very likely that the new artifact sets we get are tailored to the Nodcry gimmicks. And the Nodcry gimmick seems like it's going to be lunar reactions and or just like other forms of like alternate reactions. And so most likely that's going to make it so that INEFFA gets a much better damage set. When you look at her current damage sets, it's honestly really underwhelming, right? If you compare her current best damage set, which is generally going to be Gilded Dreams, to what if INEFFA was allowed to use Cinder City, or could actually maintain good uptime on Marie-José, you realize, oh yeah, Gilded Dreams is really bad on her, you just don't have good options. And so if the Nodcry set is good on her, which I think is very likely, it is going to obviously make her personal damage quite a bit higher. We had a really sus leak on the 6.0 set that made it so that supposedly for Nodcry characters it's what was it, 56% crit value, split 50-50 between crit rate and crit damage, and 95 EM. Right, where the 2-piece was 95 EM and the 4-piece was the CV. And I did a lot of my calcs assuming something around that power level. On release, I think her best set by far is going to be TOM, because it's honestly not that much worse than Gilded for personal damage, and obviously it makes her shield stronger, and you get good uptime on buffing your on-fielder. But we'll talk about that a little bit more later, so don't you worry about that. So, as usual, let's get started with... Wait, actually, before we do this, and I guess I'll probably have to add a stream marker for editors later, but I don't think I've made a weapon sheet for her yet, have I? Yeah, I haven't. So we'll have to make one. Ooh, that's gonna be cringe. Well, it is what it is. I think I'll repurpose the Emily sheet I had made a while ago. File, save as. Weapon sheets, new folder, INEFFA. Default 1. Okay. So, let's remove everything. Here, yeah. Okay. INEFFA, base attack 330, base HP 12,613, base defense 828, crit rate 24.2. Okay. we are going to need to add something here. So, instead of this being reacted elemental HPQ, this is going to be LC damage, or LCA1. We're also going to need LC here. Okay. So, or actually, instead of putting it here, let's put it here. LCA1. Okay. Elemental skill 1. Let's make sure everything is 20 seconds. Okay. So, skill. 146.9 plus 163.2 times 10. Burst. 111 or 1150.6. And LCA1 is 65% times 3 times 10. Yeah. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of all of this, we're going to need to make sure that our sheet is properly updated. So, elemental E. Looking at elemental E %. Yep. Elemental E attack is looking at elemental E %. Crit multiplier attack. That's good. And this, instead of going to be LCA1. LCA1 E attack. So we don't have damage %. True. Also need to change the EM multiplier. EM multiplier, instead of 25 divided by 9 is 6. Instead of 1401 is 2000. Times 1.14. I'm an idiot. I did 200 instead of 2000. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. And now, elemental, or LCA1 effective attack is also going to be multiplied by EM multiplier. All right. Then we lose a lot of damage %. And this makes quite a lot of sense. Okay. finally, we need to add reaction damage. Reaction base damage is just gonna be 2604 times 1. No. Okay. Then this DPS. Is just gonna be EM multiplier. B51. B51. Okay. We also need to add times crit multiplier, which is B36. And yeah. Okay, this makes sense so far. If I, okay, right now, this is, 34. Okay, no. This is looking at 49. I wanted to look at 48. 48. 48. 48. Okay. B65. Yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, this is annoying, huh? Minus this. What is input B27? Oh, okay. Minus this. Yep. And then plus this. There we go. Sorry, chat. This is... a little annoying, but I think we're done with the sheet generation. Now we just need to actually put in the proper stats. Right? Yeah. Okay. So 46.6% times 2. Yep. Substats, yeah. Sure, yeah. Set bonus. Nothing. Well, 20% from TOM, I guess. External buffs. What should the default one be? INEFFA in a team that gets, like, no buffs. Also, let me check something real quick. Okay. Are there any teams that, like, would use her with no external buffs? I mean, there are, but, like, I don't think they're gonna be that popular. You put Cinder? I mean, no, obviously. I still haven't decided what team we're using, so I haven't put the team buffs yet. I mean, yeah, I guess the Nevilet one can be the default, sure. Nevilet, Farina, Kazuha, INEFFA. This is a team that needs ER Sands if you're not... If you're not 5. Right? Maybe with Chilonen, actually, instead of Kazuha? Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I would rather use Chilonen, for sure. For this. Yeah, that kind of is ER Sans, unfortunately. And then with Fav. Yeah, okay. Okay, this team gets. Also, wait. Let me just check something. If I do elemental E%. 5301. It is working. Okay. So, we're getting the Farina buffs, we're getting the Chilonen buffs, and that's it. So, actually, you're not getting Cinder City on Electro, are you? No, you are. Kind of. It's kind of ass. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, Elemental, normal attack percent. Let's say like 220 average fanfare. And Cinder City. Cool. Alright, and then Shred. 36, so minus 26 resistances. Alright, and now we need to check all the weapons. Oma Vortex Vanquisher does not get any stacks. You get 1 stack, maybe. Skyward Spine. Yeah, that's reasonable. Jadewing Spear gets 1 stack. Lithic Spear isn't getting used. Fab Lance, we get attack. Yep. Also, I'm an idiot. I also need the EM self EM buff, which is Elemental Mastery. Plus 6% of attack. No. Plus 6% of total attack minus whatever flat attack buffs we have, if we have any. Yep. Right. We are experiencing some difficulties, but we'll fix them later. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. We don't need Star Glitter. Dragon's Bane. I don't think I want to use Dragon's Bane, no. Alright guys, calm down with the Farina Impact stuff, okay? Like, it's not that big of a deal, alright? Like, they said it as a joke. I don't want the person to actually feel like they have to spend fucking 250 bucks. Right, like, it's a funny joke, but you guys are going too far with it. Blackcliff is gonna be 0 stacks. Because she's never getting a kill. Deathmatch, that's fine. White tassel, not gonna matter. Okay. So. Yeah, we still have some problems here we're gonna have to fix, but it's just. Something's definitely wrong with the Ballad of the Fjords. I think I might have not given it the EM buff. Okay. So where do these polearms start? Okay. Crimson Moon Semblance, I don't think we need. What the fuck is this? Oh! Yeah, I don't care. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Calamity Queller gets 1 stack. Lamau. Staff of Scarlet Sands. This one's gonna be a little annoying, huh? Staff of Scarlet Sands adds EM. Wait, actually does it? No, it does, right? It doesn't do anything on first rotation, but it does do something second and third rotation onwards. So it's what? 80? Let's say 80% average-ish. No, it's more than that. Let's say 100 average-ish. But now we've got a problem. I guess I'll just have to do it manually. Whatever. Huh? Alright, Missive Windspear, 96 EM. Yeah. Ballad of the Fjords. R1 is 120 EM. I'll also need to add R5. 240 EM. Okay. Catch is gonna be complete dog shit, but that's okay. Alright, Luminous Elegy is definitely gonna have to be changed here. We don't have this or this. Yep. Okay, and now we add the new ones. So, what are the weapons we need to add? Do we need to add Engulfing? Yeah, we do. Do we need to add Symphonist of Sense? I don't want to. Let's add Fractured Halo. Let's add Torch. Okay, so engulfing. Engulfing, lightning, R1. Base attack 608, attack percent. We can go attack sense thanks to it. And we get 28% of about 80%. We do not get EM or crit. Very cool. Torch. Tamayuratei. Tamayuratei. No ohanashi. R5. 565 base. Attack percent. Full attack sands, but not entirely full. Let's say 10% less attack from the slightly higher requirements. And then about half uptime on the passive. Because you gotta refresh with burst. Actually, no. You can get... Nah, yeah. In the Neuvillette team, it is gonna be half uptime. Right? So... instead of 10 hits, we get 12. No, 13 in 26 seconds. Yep. And then this is also 13:26. Okay. Cool. Why is Lumidos Elegy still high? Something's clearly wrong. That is not the number that's here. What the fuck is going on here? Oh man. Do I have Lumidos Elegy in 2 places? No. It's like it hasn't updated. What the fuck? Ah! Sort by numbers B1 to ZZZ1. I don't understand, man. Oh, we're getting cooked. This isn't even loading. Oh, God. I'll try saving, closing, and reopening. Maybe that'll fix things. Oh, it's probably because of the fucking circular reasoning, isn't it? No. Do we still have circular reasoning? We do. We gotta find it. Don't care. Let's see. We still have some. Aww. I wonder if there's still more. I think that might have been it. Yes, okay. Did it fix things? It might have fixed things, chat. I think it did. It did, chat. Things are fixed. Huge! Okay, we fixed things. Alright, instead of percentage of the catch, it's going to be percentage of missive wind spear R5. Missive wind spear R5. Very cool. Okay. Wow, that's hilarious. Let's add Ballad of the Fjords R5 here. Better than every 5-star stat stick. That's hilarious. And then we add Fractured Halo R1. Fractured Halo R1. 608 base. Attack percent. 20%. Crit. 66.2. And yeah, multiplier. Plus 1.4. Yeah. Oh, did I do attack 20 instead of 24? Oopsie. Thanks. But this doesn't account for how Fab Lens is just outright better. So, could you add Ketane? Yeah, sure. I guess if you don't have Missive Windspear or Fab Lance, it would be nice to have another Free-to-play option. Ethane, cross, spear, R5. So this is plus 30 energy, right? Well, plus 24 energy. Yeah. So it should be pretty good, actually. So Cutane Cross Spear, 565 attack. Attack percent, 46.6. We get to go attack sense. Skill damage, 12. And EM, 110. Wow, it's actually better? That is kind of unexpected for me. I suppose it does make sense, right? Because the passive is basically just 46.6% attack, right? But there are some teams that have much lower ER requirements, and in those teams, Ketane won't be good. 12% skill damage, that doesn't matter. It's at 101.5 with the skill damage. If we remove it, it's at 100.3, so it's plus 1% damage. It's nothing. Okay. So I think this is fine for now. We don't need this one. I think that's all we need for now, yeah. Oh, I didn't add engulfing, you're right. You are right. I also didn't add the torch. Okay. So that's the first thing we wanted to look at. I guess I should rename it to Neuvillette Farina Shilonen. Then I'll make another one. Polar opposite, if you completely focus on maxing her damage, let's do Chaska, Bennett, Farina. Well, it's not completely focused on her damage, but it's like decent focus on her damage. Oh. Right, you can't do slashes in file titles. Oopsie. Okay, so in this one, ER requirements will be fairly similar. We get 1,050 from Bennett on Sapwood. We get Noblesse. We get VV. And for this one, that's it. We also get a slightly shorter rotation time. With fairly similar ER requirements here. Yep. This is Chaska, Bennett, INEFFA, Farina. And with Kitane, what, 35k DPS from your shielder on TOM, right? If you could do TOM Farina and actually put her on a damage set, and the new set is real, then that's 95 EM and 56 CV. And that personal damage goes to 45k. Oh man. Crazy. Let me make sure my Sapphire Scarlet Sands is still fine. This is now 166. Fine. Okay, that makes sense. Now, a team where you actually truly focus on maximizing her damage. So let's do Bennett, Sucrose, Kokomi, I guess. Fucking Cardis. Bennett, Sucrose, Kokomi. Right? So here we still get this and this. Wait, no. Wait. Let's do Bennett, Sucrose, Farina with on-field INEFFA instead. If we're on-fielding her, this is now like 6-1. Six, 2 plus 8. 2, 3. Something like this. We still kinda want the ER sands in this specific setup. They're kind of annoying. To be fair, you can probably get like this. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. With Bennett, Sucrose, Farina, we'll assume double attack with a little bit less substats. Instead of 20, let's look at 17 maybe. Okay, now here, that heavily changes things, right? We still have this. right? We still have this, we still have this. We still have... We don't have this. Oh boy, things will get complicated. Anyways, we get maréchaussée. Yep, I think everything is good here. We get about 180 EM from sucrose. We get TDDS. Okay, and now we need to go change a few of the things for the weapons that give energy. So first one is Skyward Spine. Second one is Fav. Next one is Catch. Not like it's gonna matter. Engulfing Lightning. This one. Okay. I'm too lazy to do a like full proper calc for the N2C, but or N1C I guess is what you'd want. But this is what 230, 240% ish. It's about 400% motion value when you adjust it with vape and EM, maybe a little more than that, and you get like I don't know 8 of them, 6 of them. For now, let's just do 6. 6 times 400%. Something like this. That makes sense, I think. That can't be right. How the fuck is Ballad of the Fjords lower? Something's clearly wrong. Is it because we're getting Omega overcapped on crit rate somehow? Oh! talk about it. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. Okay, yeah, this makes a lot more sense. Cool. Yeah, these are the teams that focus a lot more heavily on our personal damage. That makes sense. How is Lumidus so high? Well, it's a 5-star stat stick. It's not that Lumidus is high, it's that the other options are dog shit. Yeah, I should adjust Calamity Queller a little though. Because it's weird, because on the first rotation you only get 1 stack, but after that you get more than that. Kind of. Actually, that's not even true. You get it on the first rotation, on the skill, you get this, but then on the burst, on the skill you don't get anything, but then on the burst you do, but then on the next skill you don't. So it's basically half uptime, right? 3.2 times 3 average, right? And it's gonna be the same for all of these, right? But it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's not good on her, unlike MED, because she snapshots and MED doesn't. Or sorry, unlike MED, I guess. But you asked about Escoffier. I confused her names. Unlike Escoffier, because Escoffier doesn't snapshot and INEFFA does. So you snapshot before you get to build your stacks, and before the stacks value gets doubled from you swapping off. And it can be, but you have to use your skill before 20 seconds are over, and generally your rotations don't want to do that. Anyways. So that makes sense, right? Ketane is like surprisingly a solid option when you need the energy. Otherwise, Missive Windspear is the default go-to. Fab Lance is generally better when you need energy, but for personal damage will be a little bit worse. And then outside of that, honestly, the 5-star stat sticks are not much better than the free-to-play weapons, because free-to-play weapons are pretty good. And a lot of the 5-star stat sticks give stats that she doesn't care about. Why is Staff of Scarlet Sands so low? I mean, it's not that low, it's just... in teams that don't have a lot of external attack buffs, you don't get... the fact that it's low base attack is kind of rough, but it's also like... you don't actually get that much EM outside of what you get from your passive, and assuming that it works the same way that other things do. The EM you get from your passive will not count towards the Staff of Scarlet Sands effect, because otherwise it would be circular. Like, more EM gives you more attack, and then more attack gives you more EM, and then more EM gives you more attack, and it wouldn't work. How is Fractured Halo for other okay, you know what the like really funny thing is? The really funny thing is that for Whale INEFFA, I don't think Fractured Halo is her best in slot. Because you can give Fractured Halo to another party member, and you can give her a weapon focused solely on damage. But I guess there's not that many polearm shielders. It's like Zhongli. So I don't know. But still. It's a funny thing. Anyways, so yeah, as a general rule, 5-star statistics are pretty bad on her. Some of them are slightly better than the free-to-play options, but not significantly. Okay, that's all I needed to know. So we can resume the recording. Let's put a stream marker for the editors to make things easier for them. Alright. So, next we're gonna do the usual pre-release stuff where we look at weapons, artifact, sets, artifact, stats, and teams. For weapons, first off, we can talk about her new signature weapon, the Fractured Halo. All in all, Fractured Halo is a pretty solid weapon for her. One of the biggest upsides, I suppose, that INEFFA has is that she has access to quite a few decent free-to-play weapons. Which creates a situation where unless a 5-star weapon is like incredibly well tailored to what she does, it won't be a major upgrade over the free-to-play weapons. Fractured Halo is quite a bit better than the other 5 stars, but the gap between Fractured Halo and the free-to-play weapons is honestly pretty low compared to a lot of recent signatures. It's not bad. Like, it's still like almost a 30% increase over the free-to-play weapons. Which, if you compare that to weapons from 2 years ago, is a lot. But if you compare that to the recent, like, Natlan signature weapons, it's not that insane. On top of that, this is a weapon for a support character that isn't a support weapon, right? It increases your lunar charge damage, but as of now, we don't have a lunar charged carry, and the lunar charge reaction itself does no damage. So the only thing that matters about increasing lunar charge damage is that it increases INEFFA's Ascension 1 lunar charge damage. So it's a damage for personal it's a weapon for personal damage on a character that will generally be less than 50% of your team's DPS. Which makes it so that its value isn't that insanely high, even if it's a pretty noticeable upgrade over the free-to-play weapons. All in all, obviously it's her best in slot, but yeah. Alright, then let's talk about the other weapon options you have. Obviously, you'll have Homa. You have Calamity Queller that I want to talk about. You have Engulfing. Staff of Scarlet Sands. I won't be mentioning, or I won't be talking about Luminous Elegy, Symphonous of Sense, because these weapons are basically just Homa also. Like, they're basically just another Homa. On characters that can't trigger their, like, signature passives, the, like, amount of stats that these weapons give is pretty similar to the flat attack you get from Homa. So you can just think of them as being pretty much the same as Homa. For 4-star weapons, we can talk about Deathmatch. We can talk about Fav, obviously. We can talk about Kitane Cross Spear. We can talk about... We're not going to talk about the catch. It's not good. Missive Wind Spear. Torch. And Ballad of the Fjords. Frig the Prospector's Drill. All damage bonus is bad. This is not a good weapon. But yeah, so the main reason why I don't think it's really worth talking about a lot of the other weapons is because a lot of these weapons give damage percent, and damage percent on INEFFA is bad because her lunar charge damage does not get increased by damage percent. And it is the large majority of what she's doing. So weapons like Catch that give burst damage aren't very good. Weapons like Mountain Bracing Bolt that give skill damage aren't very good. Weapons like Prospector's Drill that give all damage percent also aren't very good. Anyways, let's talk about all of these weapons. So, Homa, default 5-star stat stick. Just in terms of value, it's just like, it's okay, right? It's a crit weapon that gives flat attack. It's okay. INEFFA will not be below 50% because, well, no character really is in 2025. Even Hu Tao teams don't stay below 50%. So, yeah. That being said, a default 5-star stat stick is not very good for INEFFA. And the main reason for that is because of her energy requirements. So, why does she have actual energy requirements? Well, her burst damage isn't that high. Like, it's not completely worthless, but it's not all that significant. However, it increases your carry's EM, but also, and often more importantly, her own EM. And that EM increase affects the lunar charge damage she does with her Ascension passive. Now, we take a look at this team, right? On Missive Wind Spear, 34k. Did I not include the EM buff? Or did I include it somewhere else? I included it somewhere else. Right. That makes sense. So, in this case, actually, let's just show it here instead. So, if you look at the difference between the default amount of EM, which will generally hover somewhere between like 50 and 150, because you don't actively want EM main stat in most cases. Let's say you get 100 EM baseline. Your EM multiplier is at around 1.5 times. When she gets her own EM buff from this, her own total attack will generally hover somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500. If you're at 2,000, which is, you know, pretty close to the lower range, It makes that EM multiplier go up by about 35%, right? It's a relative increase of about 24% to your main source of damage. If you don't burst, it's fine. But you want to burst if possible. She's the sort of character that is honestly pretty similar to Escoffier in that sense, where like if you in the Stygian Onslaught where you don't start with bursts, your first rotation is weaker in the Farina Escoffier teams because you skip the fanfare generation. But it's still better off. You're still better off doing a rotation without the burst than trying to generate the burst and then starting a rotation. It'll be pretty much the same for INEFFA. But you do want to get the burst. And most often, it is worth sacrificing a little bit of damage in order to get your burst, because you get that damage back from the burst on top of buffing the EM of your carry, which, if your carry cares about EM, which a lot of carries do with INEFFA, is going to be very significant. Anyways, the fact that she has noticeable ER requirements makes it so that weapons that give energy are pretty good. And one thing that you'll notice when we start talking about the 4-star weapons is that there is one weapon that I think a lot of people aren't thinking about that is actually really good in terms of being a stat stick for characters that care about energy. Because of that, those 5-star stat sticks that don't have like amazing passives, that just have like a throwaway 20-ish% attack, right? Like what you see on Homa, like what you see on Lumidos Elegy, like what you see on the Fork. Because their passive is a lot worse than the passives from the 4-star weapons that are good, despite having higher base stats by virtue of being 5-star weapons, aren't that much better. Generally, they hover between like 5% worse to 5% better. Because of that, in teams where you have actual ER requirements on INEFFA, these 5-star stat sticks are just... Honestly, I probably wouldn't play them unless you don't want to craft the craftable weapons. Next is Calamity Queller, and here, man, Calamity Queller could be a really good weapon for her if she didn't snapshot, but obviously she'd be worse if she didn't snapshot, but Calamity itself would be better. For now, it seems like she does snapshot, so unless that's changed, Calamity Queller is just pretty bad, right? Calamity Queller gives you attack that builds up over time after using skill. But that means that if it snapshots, you use skill, you have no stacks. And cool, you increase your attack after that, but your stats have already snapshot, so who cares? Now, you use her in a somewhat similar way to how you use Fischl, or at least you can, in the sense that you can go back to her to use your burst. And if you use your burst before 20 seconds, you get to snapshot the stats when they're buffed. Same if you end up reusing your skill before 20 seconds, because the skill cooldown is 16. But very often, you're going to average about half uptime on your stacks. And then on top of that, she literally cannot get the doubled attack increase, because she's always going to be on field when she uses her abilities, and that's when her stats are snapshot. So all in all, Calamity Queller is pretty much just not worth considering. No. Engulfing! Engulfing Lightning is a pretty reasonable option, because it has ER. One problem with Engulfing Lightning is that very often her ER requirements just aren't so high that you want 55 from the substat plus 30 from the effect, which makes it so that some of the stats from Engulfing Lightning are a little bit wasted. But it's a reasonable option. It's honestly pretty comparable to Homa when you have ER requirements, and worse when you don't. But it's just going to be one of the 5-star stat sticks you can consider. Next is Staff of Scarlet Sands, and this one's a weird one. If you just read the effect, right? The equipping character gains 52% of their EM as bonus attack. When an elemental skill hits, you gain an effect that increases this conversion by 20%, 28% up to 3 stacks. So a max stacks, this is, what, 56 plus 8, 136% of their EM as bonus attack. She snapshots, so that would be, you wouldn't get it on the first time you use skill, but the effect gets refreshed every time your skill hits, rather than only when you use the skill. So the second one is guaranteed to have it. But there is a problem. A few years ago, they made a change to the way that buffs work when they buff by a percentage of a stat. And they made it so that if you buff a stat by a percentage of another stat, for example, here, you buff your attack by a percentage of your EM, then if the character that receives the buff also buffs a stat by a percentage of a stat, like in INEFFA's case, buffing her EM by a percentage of her attack, the second buff looks at the stats without the first buff. They made it so that you can't get a recursive buffing cycle that just infinitely keeps rebuffing both stats. And it works both ways, so neither of the buffs benefit from the other buffs. Now the thing with INEFFA is, in most teams, you don't want to build a lot of EM because her passive is what gives her the EM. Which means, if you're not getting the additional, or if you're not going out of your way to build EM with your Staff of Scarlet Sands, you will barely get any attack from the effect. Now, Staff of Scarlet Sands can still be good because there are INEFFA teams where you do want to build EM main stats. But it won't be great, because in most teams, most of the EM you have on INEFFA is from her passive, and that EM does not count towards this, as far as we're aware. Staff of Scarlet Sands, even despite that, is still generally slightly better than the default 5-star stat sticks. Just because any throwaway EM rolls becomes pretty decent, and it also enables the possibility of potentially going EM main stats, even in teams where by default that's not necessarily the best. It also makes it so that if you have external buffs that are not based on a percentage of your stats, for example, if you're using Instructor, if you're using, well, if you end up putting her on a Gilded set, you get EM from that. Then the Staff of Scarlet Sands can end up being a much more potent weapon. But all in all, it's a situational good 5-star stat stick. Just when it comes to base stats, generally you see high crit rate and you're like, that's good. But in INEFFA's case, low base attack, high crit isn't really better than high base attack, low crit, unless you're going out of your way to get a lot of flat attack buffs. So there's quite a few teams where this stat ratio is not that favorable for her. It's just pretty similar to high base attack, low crit. Next is deathmatch. Honestly, there's not much to say about deathmatch. Deathmatch is like the default option that a lot of people have and just use as a throwaway weapon on most of their characters. It works on INEFFA, but very often it's not actually better than the free-to-play options. And when it is, it's generally better if you have low ER requirements than the free-to-play weapons that don't give energy. But when you have high ER requirements, generally it's pretty similar, if not worse. We'll actually skip over Favlands for now, and we will talk about my GOAT. Honestly, before I did my weapon counts, I didn't even think about this. But Kitane Crossspear is actually a really good weapon for her. On a lot of characters, Kitane Crossspear isn't that great because it's high base attack, low EM, and a lot of the characters that want Kitane Crossspear are characters who would rather it just have a lot of EM on low base attack because, like Toma, for example, where you want to trigger Burgeon, and the base attack doesn't matter. INEFFA, though, is a character that cares about both her attack and her EM. In terms of how you want to build her, you can think of her very similarly to how you want to build a Vate character. Most of her damage is attack scaling damage that gets increased by Elemental Mastery. So you build her in a very similar way to how you'd build a Vate character. On top of that, she actually has ER requirements. But the thing about Kitane, right? After skill hits opponents, the character loses at R5 3 energy, but regenerates 5 energy every 2 seconds for 6 seconds, so it's plus 12 energy. This effect can occur once every 10 seconds. Can be triggered even when the character is not on field. This effect can occur once every 10 seconds. And the trigger condition is when skill hits. That means you can proc it more than once per rotation. You can get this twice per rotation. So it's actually plus 24 energy. For comparison, same element, different element, clear, caught, non-caught. For now, let's talk about a Nevilette team, right? Nevilette, Farina, Shilonen, INEFFA. Very straightforward. You end up with something like this for electroparticles. Her ER requirements are generally going to end up in a team like this, looking like around 150 to 160 ER requirements. If you give her Favonius Lance, the Favonius Lance effect on her reduces the ER requirements by about 20%. What makes Fav good is that it's not just on her, it's also on the rest of the team. But how does that compare to the Kitane Crossspear effect that gives you 24 flat energy? Your ER requirements are now below 100%. This is giving you more than 60% worth of ER. Just in terms of the amount of energy provided to the character that is wearing the weapon, Ketane Crossspear is providing you with flat energy equivalent to somewhere between 50 and like 100% ER. Which is insane. It's a lot of energy recharge. On top of that, INEFFA is not a character that needs to skill and burst like both at once when she swaps in. Which means that losing energy when you use skill doesn't prevent you from doing the base combo you'd want to do, like it does on Tomo, for example, where Ketane forces you to QE instead of EQ. 60% ER, right, which is what it's giving in this scenario, although in practice it's more like 50, right? But even just 50% ER, that's what you get from Ascends. That's the equivalent of 46.6% attack. In terms of amount of stats provided by the effect, it's one full Sans, basically, worth of stats, or more. Catch, burst damage 32, that's about 2/3 of a goblet. Crit rate 12, that's about 1/3 of a circlet. So it's about one main stat's worth of stats. And everyone knows Catch is a great weapon for burst focus characters. This is also about one main stat's worth of stats, just from the energy. Anyways, Ketane is not like an insane broken weapon on INEFFA, but it is a pretty good one and a very solid free-to-play option. Just in terms of amount of stats provided, it's really nice. And Ketane is the main reason why so many of these 5-star weapons are just kind of whatever. Unless you're playing in teams that have really low ER requirements. It also gives skill damage, but that does not matter at all. No one cares about the skill damage. It's like 1% more DPS on INEFFA because most of her damage is not skill damage. But technically it's there, so cool. Anyways, Ketane Crossspear is the default free-to-play. That's your starting line, basically. Anyways, next, Missive Windspear. Missive Windspear is going to be your default free-to-play option when you don't need energy, right? Missive Windspear, attack percent weapon that gives you some attack percent and some EM in the stats. This is also worth about one full Sans worth of stats, although it's redundant stats with what the weapon is already providing, which makes it a little bit worse. Default, no ER, free to play. Missive Windspear, just in terms of number, tends to be about 5% behind R1 Deathmatch. Which is okay, but it's not amazing. Next up is Torch, right? The recent event weapon. I think a lot of people think about Torch because it's a recent weapon. And it's a fine weapon if you don't have Fav Lens and don't want to use billets to craft Ketane Crossspear. But outside of that, I would not recommend it. I guess a lot of people already have it leveled because they leveled it for Eon San, so you can use it, but it's like, eh. And second to last damage focus weapon, Ballad of the Fjords. Ballad of the Fjords is kind of an interesting one because similar to honestly many of the like second phase battle pass weapons, it actually has a good effect that refines pretty well. That means the difference between R1 Ballad of the Fjords and R5 Ballad of the Fjords is pretty big. R1 Ballad of the Fjords is basically the same as R1 Deathmatch. And it's, you know, around 5% better than your Missive Wind Spear. Sometimes worse than Kitane. Sometimes slightly better. If you don't have your requirements, obviously it's a decent amount better. But R5 Ballad of the Fjords is actually quite a bit better than R5 Deathmatch. And it's actually often better than the 5-star Stat 6. R5 Ballad of the Fjords is actually closer to Staff of Scarlet Sands than the other 5-star weapons. Overall, this is generally your best 4-star. Kind of. When low ER. Or best no ER. 4-star. Does that mean you should get an R5 Ballad of the Fjords? No. No. It's no. But if you're someone who got R5 Ballad of the Fjords because you think that it's funny to put R5 Ballad of the Fjords on EM Raiden, or you got it for like Arlecchino or something, it's pretty good. Although do keep in mind you need 3 elements on your team for the effect to activate, so it won't work if you're doing only 2 elements. If you have like double Hydro, double Electro. And finally, last but not least is Fab Lance. As many of you may have already guessed, just use Fab Lance, man. Fab Lance is great. Fab Lance is amazing. Everyone loves Fab Lance. Technically, your personal damage on INEFFA will be slightly higher with Kitane Crossspear than it will be with Fab Lance. But in most situations, the additional particles that you get from Fab Lance increase your team's damage by reducing the rest of your team's ER requirements more than Kitane does. The biggest problem here is that, honestly, Fab Lance is the best weapon in the game now. Like, at this point, it just is. Like, there are way too many characters that need Fab Lance. Like, actually just way too many. Especially once INEFFA comes out, right? Let me show you what your teams can end up looking like. If you're not the sort of player to get signature weapons on characters, or at least if you're not the kind of player to get signature weapons on support, right? Without looking at the boss lineup, if I just look at like generally what my strongest teams would be, right? Probably end up with a Verissa team with Eon-san, Chevreuse, Shangling. Probably got a Skirk team with Escoffier, Karina, Molani. If I had Shenhe, I could use Shenhe. Let's pretend I do have Shenhe, right? We'll use Aloy as a placeholder, but you know this is supposed to be Shenhe. And then let's say I also want to make an INEFFA team, right? Maybe do Bennett. INEFFA. We're going to use Dori as a placeholder. Sucrose. You've got a bunch of options here. Auron, Sucrose, Official, Beto. Doesn't really matter. Wait, no, I'm an idiot. You need Hydro. He's an idiot, chat. I don't know, Singto. Elon. Whatever. Any Hydro here, right? Best weapons here? Fav, 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 Fav. Shenhe Fav. INEFFA Fav. That's 6 Fav lances that I would need. They just keep making polearm characters that want Fav. Right, like, a lot of these characters are fairly new. Right, outside of, like, Sherling and Shenhe, right? The oldest one is Chevreuse, which is, like, mid-Fontaine. But, like, Chevreuse, Escoffier, Yansan, now INEFFA, they just keep making polearm characters that actually really like Fav. Which is making Fav lance value go up and up and up. But that also means that if you aren't someone who pulls on weapon banner, you probably don't have that many Fav lances. And that creates a situation where you're just not gonna have enough Fav lances for all these characters. And INEFFA is probably the character out of all of these that cares the least about the Fav. Because Kitane is a pretty solid one. And so, if you have a Fav lance available in pretty much any team that uses her as solo Electro and doesn't on-field her too much, I generally would use Fav. Unless you have Sig. But if you need Fav on someone else, you can make things work without it. Anyways, we can now order the weapons from best to worst. I'd say that as a general rule, obviously, her best weapon is going to be her signature. I'd say that the next best is probably Fav Lance. Next, probably Salve of Scarlet Sands. Then, I mean, I guess I'd have R5 Ballad of the Fjords next. But I don't want to write it twice, so I'll just put Kitane and Ballad of the Fjords, right? Between R1 and R5. Then it's Homa, sure. Then Engulfing, Deathmatch, Missive Windspear, Calamity Queller, or Torch. Something like this. Is there a reason for leaving out Jadewing Spear? Jadewing Spear is basically the same as Calamity Queller. It's a weapon that effectively just doesn't have an effect. Right, it has 5-star stat stake, sure, but it does not have an effect, so it's not that good. It's not better than the good 4-star weapons. Alright. Next is artifact sets. And boy, is this shit weird. Let's take a look at what INEFFA's damage profile looks like. So, base, attack, percent, flat attack, total attack, elemental mastery, EM multiplier, damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack, lunar charge, damage, lunar charge, motion value, ascension 1, which is lunar charge, and number of lunar charge reaction procs. Damage, ascension 1, damage, lunar charge reaction, total damage. So, base attack, 330, and for now, let's take a look at Kitane, because that's the weapon a lot of people will default to for personal damage on teams that have a little bit of ER requirements. Okay, attack percent. With Cutane, you don't need an ER sense, and because the Ascension 1 damage does not scale with damage percent, you do not want an Electro Goblet, you want an Attack Goblet. We'll talk about that later, but for now, I have 46.6. Oh yeah, Cutane is 565, sorry. What team should we look at for this? I guess we can look at the Neuvillette team for now, sure. 20% from subs, pretty much nothing from external stats. Elemental Mastery. Let's say about 80 from substats, 110 from the weapon, and 6% of her attack. EM multiplier. 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 times 1.14. Okay. Damage percent in these teams, you have Farina. And you have Shilonen on Cinder City. Crit value, 98.4 base, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Multiplier. Effective attack is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Effective attack for the lunar charge damage. I guess I should call it A1 instead. Instead of damage percent, we have EM multiplier, which is B7. Oops. Damage lunar charge is 2604. Oops. I guess I forgot the Cutane damage percent. I need to separate damage percent E and damage percent Q then though, which is annoying. E attack E attack Q, motion value E, motion value Q, damage E, damage Q. Alright. Plus 12%. Okay. Okay, and then your lunar charge damage, 2604 times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Motion value on the skill. On this team, you do 26-ish second rotations with 1 skill, 1 burst. 146.9 plus 13-ish coordinated attacks, 163.2. Motion value from the Q is 1150.6. And then motion value Ascension 1 is 65% times, they're multiplied by 3, and you get 13. And you also get 13 instances of lunar charge damage. So the damage she gets from the skill is effective attack skill times motion value skill times defense multiplier. I guess I should change my default defense multiplier from Abyss 12 enemies to Stygian Onslaught enemies. Use level 105 instead of 100. Okay. Then this thing, oh yeah, also times 1.15 and 1.13. This thing, we don't have this times 1.13. And then lunar charge damage is also this times this. times 1.13. No, it's not, is it? That can't be right. Each proc. No, it is right. I guess it's because we don't have a lot of external buffs, so the A1 damage isn't nearly as high as it should be, but it is what it is. Anyways. So, this is what, with these assumptions, we get with no set bonus. About 24k here. Let's compare it with a few different sets, right? So the first, so no set. First thing we look at is 2-piece, 2-piece. We will also look at 4-piece or Gilded Dreams. We will also look at TOM. And I also want to look at two additional things. First, Maréchaussée, if you're able to maintain good uptime on it. And second, the sus leaked set that we honestly have no idea if it's really it or not. So, first, 2-piece, 2-piece. Right, just plus. It is 18, right? For war. Yeah, it is. I don't know why my brain stopped working, but okay, yeah. Okay. Next, Gilded. In this team, it's just EM plus 230. Next, TOM, 20% attack. Next, Maréchaussée. We get damage percent on nothing, but if we maintain good uptime on it, 72 CV. And finally, the new leaked set, if it's real, is 95 EM and 56 CV. And let's take a look at how these compare. Percentage of no set. So, right now, the best thing she can get, the highest amount of damage increase she can get from a set bonus is hovering around between 15 and 20%. If you compare that to a good set, like Maréchaussée, it's a pretty big difference. And Maréchaussée isn't even that great of a set, right? Because you don't get any value from the 2-piece. Because of that, it's pretty much guaranteed that 6.0, that this new set in 6.0 is going to increase her damage. Which is why it's a little bit difficult to recommend farming for anything for INEFFA. Because most likely you're going to end up changing her set in 6.0. Right? The new set might not do exactly what the sus leak said, but I think it's incredibly likely that it will be a set you're supposed to use on INEFFA. But the difference between her current best set for damage and 2-piece 2-piece isn't even that high. Right now, I'd say that your best bet is to just give her a TOM set if you have a good one, and if you don't, just give her something that just has good artifacts with 2-piece 2-piece. Or, if you end up playing her on field, which is something you can do, you can go maréchaussée. But if you're someone who plans on actually going hard on INEFFA, you actually like her, you want to get her, you want to play her, don't farm any set for her yet, just wait until 6.0. So, artifact sets, 4-piece TOM is current best in slot for most cases. In that Neuvillette team that I mentioned earlier, it obviously wouldn't be the best because no other character scales with attack. But pretty much any team that has another character that scales with attack, you would rather use TOM. And then obviously, TOM gives you shield strength, which is going to be more comfortable. Otherwise, 4-piece Gilded, good. 2-piece, 2-piece, fine. And 4-piece maréchaussée, good with Farina, if you're on fielding her. Four-piece, 6.0, yes, that's what you actually want. Next is artifact stats, and this one is pretty straightforward in most cases. You want attack, attack, crit, or ER, attack, crit. Because her Ascension 1 passive does not scale with damage percent, so an Electro Goblet is bad. That being said, there is another option, and that's to start including EM main stats. As a general rule, EM main stats are worse. However, there are certain teams where INEFFA ends up triggering reactions other than Lunar Charge. Because the Lunar Charge itself is pretty bad, and the trigger requirement for her Ascension passive is not enemies being affected by Hydro and Electro, it's having a Thundercloud from having triggered Lunar Charge at some point in the past few seconds. You don't need to maintain good uptime on both auras, which allows you to play INEFFA in teams that have additional or other elements that interfere with the Lunar Charge aura. Here, I want to talk very, very quickly about Hyper Bloom. INEFFA is actually most likely going to be the best Electro trigger for Hyper Bloom, because as long as you have enough Hydro to maintain Thundercloud, which generally shouldn't be an issue with double Hydro Hyper Bloom, if you build her for some sort of hybrid bullshit with a bunch of EM but also some crit, she'll do a little bit less Hyper Bloom damage than a character like Raiden, but she'll also have her actual talent damage, and it's not going to be low. Including her Ascension 1 passive. And so, in those Hyper Bloom teams, you can consider EM crit. You can consider attack EM crit, EM attack crit, ER EM crit, EM attack. Mix and match, basically. I'm not going to write down all of them, but you get the idea. Finally, we can talk about the teams. And honestly, if someone told you, yeah, we're getting a new Electrocharge focused character, off-fielder, I think a lot of people would assume by default that, well, that's a Taser character. Unironically, no. INEFFA is a character that's actually pretty versatile. INEFFA can be used in quite a few teams. The only real requirement is you need to have a Hydro character to enable her Ascension passive. But she doesn't gain anything from additional Hydro and Electro characters once you already have one Hydro plus her. Because the Lunar Charge reaction damage isn't very high, and adding more triggers to it, well, the third trigger's damage is divided by 12, so it's pretty worthless. And so you'd rather have characters that buff the damage you're already doing, or have a lot of personal damage themselves, obviously. But there's no real strict requirement for what element those characters have to be, as long as there is some form of synergy. So obviously, there's gonna be the option to go Taser. When you go Taser with INEFFA, because it is looking like she snapshots, there's going to be a lot of situations where using Bennett as your last option instead of a second Hydro or a second Electro will just be better. Because the amount of damage you get from Bennett buffing INEFFA is generally more than the damage you'd get from another damage dealer. But it's still a Taser team where you're on-fielding something like Sucrose. You just end up having Bennett on your Taser team. You can do something like Yansan, but big problem with Yansan. A lot of her value is in damage percent buffs, and INEFFA doesn't care about the damage percent very much. In Taser teams, right now the biggest problem is the lack of a good Hydro support for these Taser teams, right? You've got your Bennett, that's pretty good. You've got a few options for your Anemo units. But there is no Hydro unit that actually either has a lot of personal damage to the same extent that INEFFA does, or gives you a buff that INEFFA cares about. The good Hydro buffers provide damage percent buffs. Right? Yelan, Farina, those are damage percent buffs. And like we've mentioned multiple times already, that's not what INEFFA really wants. She wants attack percent, she wants EM, she wants crit, she doesn't want damage percent. Because of that, it's kind of weird evaluating what the last slot should be in these Taser teams. Personally, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Farina so you can use Maréchaussée, at least until her new set comes out. And on-fielding Chaska, or at least alternating Chaska, or not Chaska, what am I saying? On-fielding INEFFA, or at least alternating INEFFA and your Anemo. Or you can just play a Hydro carry, right? Play something like Nevirette, whether you do Nevirette Farina, or you just decide, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna play Nevirette, but I'm gonna do Bennett Sucrose INEFFA and focus on INEFFA's damage. And Nevilette's just gonna be driving the team. Might as well go TTDS Nevilette at that point. True. You can also use pretty much any Hydro character, right? You can use Kokomi, you can use Ayato. And because these are teams where you're not getting that many buffs on Nevilette, if that's who you're using, you actually end up in a situation where Nevilette isn't that much better than those random-ass Hydro characters. He is better, but he's not that much better. Which means that a lot of the Hydro characters that have felt pretty bad to play lately, I mean, they got some options with Escoffier, enabling them to get wheelchaired and freeze teams, but they're also now going to be able to get wheelchaired and taser teams by INEFFA. All in all, though, the nerf that INEFFA got to her Ascension 1 passive that made it go from 80 to 65%, I think it hit the teams that focus on INEFFA's damage the hardest, right? Teams that use Bennett Sucrose INEFFA plus 1 Hydro, are the ones that took the biggest hit from that. It used to be that it was actually, I was actually calculating INEFFA, like on-field INEFFA carry teams above 100k. That's not the case anymore, unfortunately. Or I guess fortunately, because I think that was kind of scuffed ass balancing. But yeah. In any case, Taser is not her only option, right? Other options that you have is, I've already mentioned, Hyperbloom. For Hyperbloom, though, you need to have double Hydro. One Hydro, if your Dendro is Nahida, is not enough to end up wiping away the Dendro aura, which means you won't be able to re-trigger Lunar Charge, and therefore obtain the Thundercloud, which is going to mean that your INEFFA does not deal additional damage from her A1, right? The Ascension 1 only procs when there's a Thundercloud on field. So you need two Hydros. You need to be able to get through that Dendro and maintain a pseudo-consistent Hydro aura on enemies. But if you do that, she's quite good there. Next is Overvape. Using the Pyro carries with INEFFA is actually going to be pretty good. For a while now, Overvape has been like okay, right? Just using characters like Fischl. As long as you have enough Hydro to sometimes trigger the Thundercloud, INEFFA does pretty much all she needs to do in these Overvape teams. Right, she does pretty much all of her motion value damage, and a lot of these teams run Bennett, so she gets that Bennett buff snapshot. But also, this is where INEFFA buffing your carry's EM matters a lot. 6% of her attack generally is pretty much always at least 120 EM for your carry. Often a bit more than that. And so in these teams, not only is she doing pretty solid personal damage, but she's also increasing your carry's EM and making them vape for better numbers. In other words, INEFFA is actually going to be a pretty solid character in Arlecchino vape teams. She's going to be okay in Hu Tao teams. She's going to be alright in Gaming teams. But there's one thing I haven't talked about yet, which is probably where I think she shines best in her current state, which is Chaska. Chaska is a character who, by design, kind of has a lot of different options. She can go for a lot of different archetypes, either, or as long as those archetypes have like swirlable characters in them, right? You can do Freeze Chaska, you can do Vape Chaska, you can do Melt Chaska. The biggest problem with Chaska teams currently is that you often end up having to choose between using the very, very strong current characters and the characters that have good synergy with Chaska. A lot of the strong current characters just don't have the best synergy with Chaska. Right, you look at Chaska's current strongest teams, and it's generally stuff like Bennett Maoika Silali and barely swap to Chaska. Or play Freeze with Escoffier, but Escoffier is doing a lot less than she should because Chaska's not Hydro or Cryo. INEFFA creates a scenario where if you use Bennett, INEFFA, Hydro, generally Farina, you get a Vape carry that can use VV to increase INEFFA's damage and also has pretty solid personal damage themselves. And that creates a scenario where you actually have a pretty solid Chaska team where it feels like everyone's working well together. Now, you might be hearing VV Chaska and thinking, sacrilege! Blasphemy! Heresy! But it just is what it is. You can, to be fair, you can also put her on Codex, and it's not even that much worse. But this is indeed going to be one of your solid choices. You can use her with Malika, but the biggest problem with using her with Malika is the lack of hydro characters that are Natlan and can provide hydro for Malika. So you end up with no fighting spirit generation, which is pretty sus. You can do something like Eon-san, Eon-san, INEFFA. Elon, maybe. Like, it works, but it's not ideal. Generally, you're better off with the other Pyro carries. Or Chaska. Or something like Hyperbloom. These Taser teams as well. INEFFA is also a pretty viable option for Varissa teams. Just because her numbers are just good enough to justify being usable in pretty much any team that fulfills her requirement of having a Hydro character. She won't be better than Eon-san, but she won't be that much worse either. Which means when you have bosses that want you to use Electro Charge or Lunar Charge, like the upcoming Cactus that is going to be in the next Agent Onslaught, the best Varissa team for that is going to be with INEFFA, for sure. All in all, INEFFA looks like she's going to be fairly strong, but she's also kind of a weird character balance-wise. Before the nerf, her personal damage was actually high enough that if you were to use her as a carry, she was still, honestly, pretty solid. Which gave her a lot more flexibility in team building, and with that nerf, those specific teams where you're using her as a carry are quite a bit worse. Which has kind of hurt her flexibility a little bit. I'd say that all in all, INEFFA's a sort of character that is pretty decent for like newer accounts that don't have that many strong teams yet as like a way to give you direction. But also, if the upcoming Nodcry characters aren't reliant on her, then I don't know. I don't know if I see her staying all that relevant in the long term. Right? One of the main reasons why she's looking to be fairly powerful right now is the relative lack of options for electro damage dealers, right? You pretty much only have Fischl right now. That's like not bad. And Fischl is a 1.0 character that's, you know, been there for a while. INEFFA is, I'd say, better than Fischl, but not quite as versatile in the sense that you need to use her with another Hydro, so you can't really use her in a Chevreur's team, for example. The biggest thing, though, is that Lunar Charge is not good, right? What is good is her passive. And her, like, EM buff, I guess. But we don't know yet what the upcoming non-cry carries are gonna be like. We do know, or I say no, we do believe, based on leaks we've had so far, that we are getting a Lunar Charge focused carry in 6.0. But it's very possible that that carry doesn't end up being reliant on INEFFA. It's very possible that INEFFA for that carry is kind of like Emily for Kinich, where like she's usable and technically part of the best team, but if you don't have her, it's not the end of the world at all. A large portion of what makes INEFFA good is her personal damage, which means that if the upcoming carry is really, really powerful themselves, you might be better off using characters that give bigger buffs over characters that give that have more personal damage. All right, like it's very possible that a new upcoming character really wants you to have Bennett, but also really wants you to have Shred. But then you need a Hydro character to trigger Lunar Charge, and then you don't have place on your team for INEFFA, right? So most likely, you'd end up either replacing the Bennett or replacing the Shred. And both of those options are going to hurt your carry's personal damage a lot. And so the question becomes, how much of that damage gets recovered by INEFFA's buffs and then by her personal damage? And so it's very, very possible that the gap between the INEFFA teams and the non-INEFFA teams isn't that big. Just like it's very possible that that carry says, hey, we now trigger the Lunar Charge reaction more often. We make it so that the Lunar Charge reaction, like the default one, triggers every 0.5 seconds instead of every 2 seconds. And now, well, the fact that INEFFA buffs the Lunar Charge damage and buffs or has high EM and buffs your carry's EM, that becomes incredibly relevant, right? So, it's hard to say. It's just really hard to say for now. I would highly recommend, even more so than usual, if you're planning on going for INEFFA, not for a carry you already have like Chaska, but in order to have the like strongest 6.0 teams for non-cry, I would highly recommend waiting for the first impressions and post-release video, because we should have leaks on the 6.0 carry by then. All in all, though, INEFFA, like I said, looks like a pretty strong character. But we don't know yet if they're gonna intensify the power creep and Nod Cry, or if they're gonna slow down, because we definitely have had pretty heavy power creep in Natlan, and it remains to be seen whether that's an indication of more power creep to come, or if they just decided our ceiling is too low, let's raise it, and then let's keep it where it is now. We have to wait and see, but yeah. I haven't talked too much about the value of the shield, obviously, right? I didn't end up talking much about electro carries either, other than Verissa. She'll be quite solid in Chlorine teams. Top of that, Chlorine is a character that can use issue, so having a shield is really nice. But honestly, in those teams, it's gonna feel less like INEFFA is enabling a new archetype for those characters, and more like those characters are getting a new wheelchair team where INEFFA's doing all the work. Anyways, as usual, I hope you learn a thing or two with this one. Personally, I'm pretty excited for carry INEFFA. I wanna do Overvape, C6 Bennett infused carry INEFFA, right? She ends up building a lot of attack. She ends up getting a lot of EM from her attack, and she doesn't build electro damage %. So her effective attack is going to be pretty similar for her pyro damage to her electro damage. So I'm excited to do some Overvape carry INEFFA that does like a bunch of different sources of damage. I think it'll be fun. I don't think it'll be too good, but it'll be fun. I'm excited. But yeah, as usual, hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright! Oh yeah, I gotta let the editors know, that's true. Oh, I forgot. Wait, let me put a marker. I forgot constellation as usual. Okay. I definitely didn't forget constellations, and I am not recording this after the outro. Okay, that shut up. Okay, INEFFA's constellations got gutted in the beta. Not that they're bad now, but they used to be like fucking insane, and they're a lot less insane now. Anyways, let's quickly talk about cons, like early con stuff, C1 versus R1, stuff like that. So, C1, rectifying processor. When INEFFA activates her optical flow shield barrier, so basically all the time, because it lasts for 20 seconds. Increase lunar charge damage by 2.5% for every 100 attack, up to 50%. You already want to build at least 2,000 attack, so this is basically 50% lunar charge damage. From what I understand, this just adds on to your EM multiplier. So it's just, instead of +1 in the formula, it's plus 1.5. It's an alright constellation, but honestly, like I've mentioned a little bit already, we still don't have a lunar charge focus carry, and we're supposed to get one in 6.0. And if that lunar charge focus carry actually does their damage through lunar charge talent damage, like INEFFA does, then this could be a lot bigger of a deal. For now, though, it's okay. Like it's not great, but it's not bad either. Generally, this is a little bit worse than the R1. But in Ts with really high ER requirements, losing the Fav ER is actually a big deal, so C1 can actually be slightly better. Yeah. C2, when she bursts, she gets an additional instance of damage, and the rest of the team gets a shield in co-op. That part doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, when she bursts, she gets 300 additional motion value, which sounds pretty bad until you realize, oh, that's lunar charge damage. Right? So just like this 65 is actually doing a lot more than 65, that 300 is actually doing a lot more than 300. Overall, this is okay. Like it's not insane, but it's not bad at all either. The biggest problem is she's a support character, and constellations on support characters that are just personal damage don't tend to be as good, right? So depending on what exactly we get for the 6-point lunar charge carry, it's very possible that you end up playing INEFFA in teams where she doesn't get that many buffs, in which case this isn't that insane. When it comes to early constellation stuff, I'd say that if you're going for one thing only, Sigil is probably a little bit better. If you're going for two, C2 R0 is probably a little bit better than C1 R1. But if we get a lunar charge carry that does lunar charge damage, C1R1 is probably going to be better. Because both the C1 and the R1 buff the team's lunar charge damage. Anyways, C3, complete dogshit garbage. She does no talent damage to begin with. We don't care. C4. This is basically 20 to 25 ER, or energy, flat refund per rotation. What you already get from Ketane. Basically gives you the Ketane effect on every weapon. You can think about it that way, basically. It's pretty good. This is generally about one more Sands worth of stats. C4s tend to be pretty bad. For a C4, it's actually pretty solid, but it's not an amazing constellation either. C5, complete another dog shit. And finally, C6. And, man, the C6 got completely gutted. It used to be 200, now it's 135. Basically, C6 makes it so that every 4 seconds, it says 3.5, but it's a cooldown of 3.5 on something that can happen every 2 seconds, right? Every time you trigger a lunar charge from the thunderclouds, so once every 2 seconds, she gets an additional 135% motion value. Now, this, unlike her Ascension passive, only works when the enemies are, like, affected by both Hydro and Electro. So, it won't work on stuff like Arlecchino Vape teams, for example. At least it won't work as well. But if you're going for C6, you probably want to play, like, Pseudo Carry INEFFA. This is 135% motion value every 4 seconds. This is 65 every 2 seconds, so it's basically giving you a copy of this. It's basically just giving you another Ascension 1 passive. That's it. Like that's what the C6 does. Doesn't quite double her damage because the C2 gave you an additional source, but it's a pretty solid constellation 6. All in all, the gap between C0 and C6 for INEFFA is it's fairly high, but you also have to remember that she is, like I said, a support character, and so unless you're going out of your way to adjust your team for her, she's not doing the majority of your team's DPS. So a constellation that increases your damage by like 40% is not a team DPS increase of 40%. Like, I mean, if you got a constellation that increases Mawika's damage by 40%, that would be a team DPS increase of 40%, right? All in all, she's got some pretty solid constellations, but she's a support, so it's a little bit more, yeah. And all of her constellations except the C1 are only for her personal damage, and the C1 kind of is only for her personal damage until we get a lunar charge carry. Anyways, okay, that was that for the added stuff we needed to say. Oh wait. Okay. Where? Wait, actually. Let me go check here. I can max out the reputation in this tribe today, but I think we're a little dying of cringe here, right? No, we're not. Okay, yeah. So I'll need to do this. And other than that, I need 400 points. That's 2 supplies, 2 bounties. That's annoying. I can do 1, 2 supplies. Two supplies, 2 bounties. Oh, I hate this one. Man, I really hate that one. Ideally, I want to aggro something. So I can start getting fighting spirit already. There we go. While I drive there. Alright. Okay, let's do Perilous.
힘 한 번. 조.
Okay, I really just... Okay. And then all we need to do is the last quest and we get max reputation here. Which tribe should we go for next? Have I done the exploration quest in any tribe? I think I've done a few of the quests here. I've only done 1. Wait! There's only 4 available here. That's bad. That means I don't want to do this. Cause I get I have access to 200 less, so it's gonna take longer. Is it not? Yeah, that's bad. I don't want to do this. It has to be something with 5. Yeah, this is 5, and I've already done 4. Oh, does it have to be these? Oh, that's cringe. Okay, well, we'll do this. We'll do this. Let's try to find some Emmercore's flower on the way. Not a local specialty, so I can't even path towards it, which is kind of annoying. There might be some at the top here. No. Maybe I should do this, though. Fuck it. Use the power of wind currents. what way? I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do. Oh, am I just supposed to plunge? No. I don't really get it. I do not get it at all, actually. I don't get it at all. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, am I just supposed to kill it normally? What the fuck is the point of the wind currents? Like, plunge? I mean, it doesn't do anything, though. It doesn't reduce its resistances, it doesn't do anything. That kind of feels like ass. Yeah, it just stuns it. Like, who the fuck cares? I guess I'll at least finish killing it. Eee. Wait, what? Bro. I don't like this one. I'm leaving. I'm not doing all the achievements. Fuck that. It's too tanky. It just takes too long. Alright, we need Ember Core flowers. Let me open the interactive map to try to find them before I forgore. Ember Core flower. Is there a place where there's a bunch? Yup. Yeah, there is. Okay. Is that enough? Did I have 6 or 5? I forgot. Okay, that's 6. Okay. Thank you for the 11 months, Deepaw. right? Okay. What should we do next, chat? I'm not entirely sure what I want to do today. Actually, let's do one more of these first. Alright, since today is contention day, maybe we can't do that tomorrow. Chasm, I don't really feel like doing that right now, honestly. We could try to finish Paroculi, but we don't get anything from it, right? Because we're already level 8. And we can't get level 9 anyways. Can I get another purple? We got 2 out of 3 purples today, by the way. Which was kind of an insane outcome. So I'm completely okay even if I don't get another one. I got 3 blues, I'll take that. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Guards. Make sure you isolate them and then exterminate them. Take them out back. I don't know what I want to. I don't know if I want to stream anymore today, honestly, chat. I guess this is what we're farming tomorrow, right? We need to level Amber so we can enter IT. And it can drop Pyro Gemstones, which would be good for Mega Ascension. I guess so. Should I try to see if I can clear this now? I don't think I can, though, but I don't know. Like, I know that Chamber 1 is not going to be a problem, right? It's just, I don't think I can clear this in like 9 minutes. I'm kind of curious how fast our Chamber 1 is now, though. So we did get some improvements to our builds. So I do kind of want to see. Oh, we kind of fucked up. Okay. What happened? Something went wrong. Well, whatever, I guess. Like a minute 14, right? No problem whatsoever. But I don't think 8 minutes 46 is enough for the seconds. I'm pretty sure it's just not. Cooked. Cooked! Oh well. Okay, Steve. Because something that a lot of people don't know is that if you take too long to kill PMA, he spawns rune machines a second time. Right? So it's not just doing like 3.4 mil HP in 8 minutes. It's actually I'm gonna have to go through like at least 3 sets of rune machines. There's actually 5 mil HP. And on top of that, I have to survive against 4 rune machines when it takes me like 3 rotations to kill them. 3 times. When my healers are level fucking 22. It's just not happening. You know? Like, it is just not happening. I'm gonna pull my Sig eventually, but not now. Alright, so I think that's gonna be it for today. I have a video to post though. I believe it's on the second channel. Even more important, on the second channel than on the first channel, if you can find it through YouTube directly, because it helps a lot more with the algorithm, and on new channels that matters more. But yeah, as usual. Yeah, I already said that actually. The video's been posted. If you're too lazy to